Yo, what's up? Let's begin today's stream, and we're gonna continue with the water. We have moved on to water surface today. We're gonna try some different things. I wanna experiment a little bit as well with how I want the surface to behave and look. So we'll see what we can do today. Let's just take a look at how it looks where we left it off, so to speak. Okay. Not so great, but let's see. Doesn't this one? Oh yeah, it does. It's starting to look sort of good. Like, the idea is that when you look at a certain angle, we don't want to show what's underneath the surface. We just want to show reflections, basically. If you look right down into the water, you want to see what's in the water. That's basically what we're going to experiment with today. I want to fix the reflection as well. So when we look at an angle like this, we definitely want reflections, right? But when we look at an angle like this, we want less reflections, or no reflections at all. Right now we have a fading of reflections like this. We wanna do some thresholding instead. So it's gonna be a lot with specular highlights today and stuff like that. I also want to do, I love when specular highlights. Do we have any specular highlights? Let's take a look real quick. I want to see how the specular looks. Oh, we actually have a nice return we can use here. I love when specular highlights on water. Where do we have the sun? There. Does it make sense? Good morning, Harukanan. Yeah, I think it does. I love when specular highlights on water gives when we use some bloom with it as well. So you really want this to shine on water, because if you have light bouncing on the surface of the water and hitting your eye, it's going to be bright. At least if it's sunlight, you know. Not entirely sure I'm happy with this right now, though. So I wonder. Fuck, I would like. We're gonna experiment a lot. We're gonna go off manuscript, But let's see here, we should just be able to take, if we take the normal of the surface, and if that normal is looking at the camera, maybe this is enough. I would like to have more specular highlights, I think. What do we have? Shininess and specular. So what do we do? Light, reflection, view, direction, dot with normal, saturate. Yeah. Shininess, water smoothness. I wonder about this shininess constant here. I want to play around with it. See what we can get. Let's go crazy here. Fuck, if we could put, so we already have reflection in its own HLSL file. If we could put refraction in its own HLSL file, chromatic aberration in its own HLSL file, and then utilize the outline and scene texture, or the outline, include the outline HLSL file in this one, I think we could make the shader a lot shorter. Because these 800 lines are stressing me out. But yeah, maybe we'll get to that today. Shininess. Okay, so let's try that shininess instead. Water shininess. I get it. I would much prefer something like this, I would guess. Oh, we don't use that one here. Noise texture, we're gonna put this one at 0.1. I definitely want it thinner as well. Let's add a second normal map as well. Water normal map. Macro, and then we're gonna time multiplier here is gonna be a float 2 instead. Do we use this one? Fuck yeah, we do. Yeah, we want to do this with text too as well. Can I do... two. Sampler state, texture 2D. Okay. Okay. Sample texture. Instead we do what normal map macro dot sample. Okay. Normal VS, we want to sample the other texture as well. Let's see here. Normalize, tangent to whirl, unpack. Oh, fuck it, let's do it like this. UV normal map, float. Let's worry about... let's do it now. Normal map blending, yeah, I want to see is... Do we want to do this with blend normals? Fuck. Or I guess if we could find... No. Okay. Reorient. Yes, we want to do it like this. RG plus and then multiply. Okay. Yeah, let's try this blend. So let's do float 3 normal macro TS. But yeah, then we have this one as well. UV normal. Yeah, here we just do it like this. Instead, what we're gonna do is time Y. We're gonna do fuck it, let's keep time Y here. Macro, 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 micro, macro, macro. And then we do normalize, multiply. Float 4. What is it? 0 for point, right? What did we have? No, yeah, so 1, 4. And then I want to blend it like we do in shader graphs. So ARG, BRG, normal macro TS.RG plus normal micro TS.RG let's do it like this. Float 3 normal TS float 3 normal macro TS.Z times normal micro TS.Z. Right. But yeah, if we do RG here, let's do B here. And then we have normal TS, we do float and 1. And that should be it. Normal macro or normal UVs, then we read them from their textures. Then we blend them, but we want to normalize this one as well. Yeah, normalize. I'm wondering how necessary this secondary normalize is, but let's keep it. Normal word space, okay. something like this. Yes, we don't want this one here. Yeah, we don't need float 4 here. Unexpected token float 3. Oh yeah, we read it twice here because of the refraction. Yeah, the way the refraction is done, we probably just want to do this is the reflection. Okay. Macro, micro. The fuck? Is this actually okay? Okay. -1, 0.1, -0.1, -0.1. Yeah, we don't want the size difference to be too big. We want them to work together, not against each other. Okay. And then we can probably do remove it close to the edges as well. I think we can do that now. We want to calculate the normal together and then we want to multiply it. Or actually we can do it's a very bad now we have fields of oil instead. It looks, this normal is very, it has a lot of artifacts, but it's like a placeholder normal map. Generated from a height map though, so I wonder if we could improve it. Probably not much more than this. Wonder what happens if we ignore this. No. Let's keep it like this. Fuck, I want smaller details, I think. Or one that is what do we have? Smoothness and shininess. Okay, so with this, what do we have? I think I want my rim to be a little bit stronger as well. Water rim amount. Do we have that one? Rim amount 110. 25. 50. I want to try, what do we have? Rim, view direction, normal VS. Water rim. Okay. I want to try rim pow. Something like this definitely is preferable. Although I wonder, we probably want to include the diffuse here later on, because we want to know if something is in shadow or whatnot. Return max specular rim. Okay. Okay. Yeah, starting to look a little bit better, definitely. I probably want my rim to be in the same range as my specular. I think. Not only when we look at it like this. Let's do... Yeah, I love the... I think we're gonna threshold it as well. Like, remember, I do want to destroy this later on, make it more stylized. And I think thresholding the specular and the rim. And... so maybe like threshold it's... and making them the same range. Fuck, there's so many things. But I want to make them the same range. Fuck it, let's do it. Fuck it, if we can get some nice flow going on here later on as well, that would be nice. But let's see here. One thing at a time. I also want to put radius target length 5. Is that too much? Okay, let's see. Smoothness, let's see here. Can we do something with this? That is the question. Let's see. Remap from 01, 2. Okay. Okay. Maybe a little bit too aggressive. In fact, now when I think about it, yeah, we want to handle them a little bit differently. I think, as for the specular light, all of the specular light, we're probably just going to return a bright sun color and use bloom with it. So this is pretty much the sun reflecting in the water. We would just want to return light there, I think. Or we might have... we want to do it for the brightest parts of the specular highlight. When it comes to the rim, like this, I think I want to do something similar, but we're going to be way more conservative of the values for when we're mostly going to return light. So for most of the rim, maybe this remap was a bit too aggressive. Yeah, so fuck, do I want to remap it? No, I don't think I do. I need to pick one and focus on one first. I think... let's take the specular first. Let's make these specular highlights look good, and then we can worry about the rest. So we're just gonna have... let's just return whatever color we have underneath first. So let's do... reflection lighting. Color, I mean. So let's just... Okay, and let's return... Derek, edge foam once you move on from reflections. Yeah, we're definitely gonna get some edge foam eventually. Okay, let's do the specular highlights first. So I want to do return color. What if we just do a lerp between color and 41111 and specular. It's still too big, I would say. For what I want. Yo, what's up, Tar? Okay. Yes, 0, 1. Fuck, we're getting this result for now. Specular. Water shininess, this one is 1. Diffuse. Oh, this one is 1. Water no. Yeah, this one is 1. Multiply with diffuse. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that one. Okay. So let's see here. If we do want our post-processing volume to do bloom here, we need to return some form of HDR, right? If I get it bloom, add override post-processing. Thank you. We don't want to do this. Stack Overflow. I don't want to re-implement bloom by myself. I just Unity, and let's do custom shader HDR. HDR. I just want to get the, like, how do I output HDR from my custom shader? Why can't I seem to find the answer to this question? Yeah. I just want to output from my... Do we have... Let's see here. Is that true? Okay. Okay, there we go. Fucking beautiful, man. But a little bit too much. Okay, let's see. So now we know how to do it. I wonder. Let's see here. Let's do return specular. Okay, return specular bigger than 0.9. Huh. 8. Okay. Okay. Bigger than 0.6. See, That's one way to do it. Probably don't want to go that high. And I want to do some... I pretty much only want the... Let's see, specular... what if we do... Specular bigger than 0.8... Otherwise, 1. No, otherwise specular. I want to change the sun. Where do we have it there? Okay. Does this one actually... Okay. .6. Okay, probably want to do it like this. Let's see. Specular. If 1 sec. Does this one? That's pretty rough, honestly. But then again, you don't want light like that. You want it like this. Pretty good. So in this case, we would like... maybe... Specular. Okay, we're probably gonna have. I want specular for rim highlights as well, or I mean bloom effect. So we're probably gonna have something like. We're gonna have one variable that decides like the max amount of above 1 we return, because that's how we get our bloom. And then so for specular highlights we're gonna do, if the value is between 0 and x, we return the specular value. If it's between x and y, we remap it from x and y to x and z, where z is our max spec value. We want to have one. We want to do one of those for specular, and then we want to do one of those for rim. Because we want to be way more conservative for when we bloom the rim highlights, because we have a lot of them. Fucking hate these caustics, by the way. Probably wanna. Okay, so let's implement that for. Actually, when it comes to specular, we have. Yeah, we actually have. Rim remap we have. Water general properties. Okay, we're gonna do it like this. But. Space. Bloom max. Fuck, let's add water everywhere. We're gonna have one here. Probably 100 is way too big, but that's okay. Water smoothness, water shininess. I would like to bake this into one. So previously we did, or do I? Let's see here. Shininess, maybe not. Pow specular water shininess. Previously we'd used 10 times smoothness plus 1, so that's 2 to the power of 10, right? A 2 to the power of 10. Well, one sec. Yeah, exactly. Wow, that's extremely big, actually. Quite shocked by that. So, what is it? 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512, 1024, plus 1 feels a little bit weird. 1024, so previously we had it at 1000. So that means that we had... Yeah, why not? Yeah, that's way better. Jesus. That actually looks really good, I think. Huh. I want to see... So we get more when it's high noon, we get less unless... it's a little bit... okay, I like it. But let's see then. So if we do that calculation, I wonder, I know that I got it from... Did I get it from Blin Fong wiki? But this one feels... Oh, okay, we have this one here, because if this one is 0... But is 2 preferable to 1? I don't know. Fuck it. Do I use this one anywhere else? We use it here only. Okay. So let's do... But then again, one more thing. Here we do specular to the power of shininess. Yeah, okay, so let's do exp2 water smoothness times 1 plus 1, no, times 10. But let's put this one here. We should be seeing roughly the same. So this one is useless now, that's good. Fuck, do I want to keep it around? No, I don't think so. Yeah, this one is rough as well, but we're gonna fix that one. Okay. Specular color. So I pretty much want to make this or do this, but in a way nicer way. One sec. Okay, so but I'm a little bit afraid of what I want to avoid when we recalculate this value is something similar to this, so you get a very apparent cutoff. That sucks. So could we do... Could we just do a remap from 0 and 1 to 0 and x, and then we take the result we get there and do to the power of bloom max, because that means that values bigger than 1. Maybe let's try it. So I want to get rid of shininess. We don't care about that one anymore. Water, specular, yo, what's up, Robert Pattinson? What a specular remap. So I wonder if we can do something like specular is equal to remap specular fuck, I want to do a remap with where we send in a vector as well. Way nicer. Util math. Remap. Da 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 da. Could we float 3, float 4, float remap by bounds? Return remap f bounds.x bounds.y. Something like that. So then we can just do remap by bounds water. Let's keep that one for now, but here remap by bounds specular and water specular remap. Let's just see what that gives us. Pretty quick for recompiling all the shaders in the entire game. Or every shader that includes util math. Specular remap, if we go higher here, okay. And if we go higher here, okay. If we go lower, okay. Okay, I get it. 1. And then let's do specular, and then we do specular is equal to pow water bloom max Or do we actually get some bloom here? Okay, so now we have a variable that we can do. Okay, 1. Okay, that's not good. Yes, so if we heighten this to 2 maybe. Okay. 10. Oops, that's the wrong one. If we do this one to 2, and then we... Okay. Fuck, we want to go lower here. Or maybe lower here, 1.5. Is this how I want to control this? I don't know. It feels a little bit counterintuitive. I wonder if... Are these enough? Maybe they are. I want to see how it works with 5 with rim before we continue here. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Could probably go low on with 2. With these ones we never... What the fuck? Really? Okay. Yeah, but maybe these two are enough. Bad dream level indeed. Okay, let's leave specular for now and focus on rim instead. So we're gonna do... Oh, 1 sec. Yeah, I'm screwing this up because we're still using this one. That makes sense. Specular color, we're just gonna do specular here. Okay, never mind. Okay. So if we have specular 1, 1, and then we heighten this. Okay, this one's still 15, 10, 5. Okay, now these value. Okay. And what if we do... So if we lower this one, we get more. If we heighten these, we are a little bit more selective, and this is pretty much the max value. Okay, 1.2, 5. 10, 5, 6, 5, 6. know. 1. Okay, now this one makes sense, okay. But this one, yeah, it doesn't really give... I don't care that much about it. Less is more in most cases. Okay. Let's leave this one for now. Although... let's leave this one for now and focus on rim. So what do we have? What rim amount? Let's disable this one for now. And let's see, rim amount. Rim amount. I don't know about the naming of that one. Okay, can we get some highlights here? If we remap it. 0101, 1.2. I want to see if we take 0.8 to 1. It's gonna be too much glimmer, I would think. But if we're extremely... I also want let's see here. I also want the light direction to affect these glimmer highlights of the rim lighting. So what do we have? Transparent blur box. Okay, great. View direction normal, and then we want to do, so that's H, right? Light direction, view direction. No. We want a dot. And then multiply. I'm a little bit, let's see. Float rim times normal world space and L direction. I'm not sure. Water, and let's change these back to 0 and 1, 0 and 1. Do we have any effect? Yeah, we do. Or do we? Let's see. What's this flickering about? We want to get rid of that one, but let's see. Light. Yeah, it affects it. Okay, so that's when we get a value that is... We should remap it. But, yeah, then again... let's see if we can make it look good with the remap now. Three. Okay, maybe this is something I'm looking for. But it's probably not gonna look that great, honestly. Now maybe it's better if the rim only is if we leave rim as the reflective controller. With no remap. And one sec. So when we get these blips or flickers, it's because we return a value that is way bigger than 1. How the fuck would we do that? This one is 1, remap by bounds, 0, 1, 0, 1. Does this one fuck it up? -1 on 1, so we can get at most, we can get 0 here. 0 to the power of 1. Yeah, a little bit worried about that one. X is 0. We should be getting a 0. Interesting. But then again, 2 to the power of 1, 2, and then we'll remap 2. This one is probably what I want to do. 0, 1, 1. Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? Something like this. When we do the reflection. Return. Return lerp between color, reflection, and rim. But. Yeah, the shadow is fucked though. Yo, what's up, Maisuke? Thank you, appreciate it. Why are we getting... It's not the shadow. It's not the shadow. Okay, we fuck up the reflection. Could that be it? It's extremely fragmental. Is that because... Yeah, we're going too high on this one again. We are. One sec, I know what is up. Okay. I think. Or yeah, we want way smaller noise texture 0.1. That's okay. Do we have any refractions right now? Yeah, tiny bit. Okay. Yeah, we would actually like the normals to be like 0.1 here for this one. This is what we want to achieve. Instead, and I want more of a threshold as well. I hate pretty much when we're at this angle at certain points, we're not gonna see this much of whatever is below the water surface. We just want to show the reflection, and yeah, the reflection disappears. Yeah, we have these artifacts, but whatnot. The reflection disappears in a good way, I think. But except for saturate. Nah, Cooler SK, we're far from the result I'm looking for here. But it definitely looks quite good. It's acceptable. I hate the mismatch between normal strength of refraction and normal strength of reflections. But yeah. Yo, what's up, Derek? Got a little busy. Catch me up on what you're working on. Right now we're just trying to get the relationship between like rim lighting, specular lighting, diffuse lighting, and all of those to work together with reflection and refraction as well. And then I wonder, this looks pretty good. If we overlook some of these artifacts here, but these well, let me put it this way. I like this one is rough as well. Do we want to threshold it instead? Maybe. I want to see... return rim. A thresholding though, that's... okay. Um, So one way to see it basically is that when we do dot product between surface normal and view direction, we basically want to figure out how much light from the surface of, or the ground below the surface reaches our eyes compared to how much of the light. Okay, if we think about it as a ray being cast from our eyes instead, we pretty much calculate how big of the part of the ray that continues below the surface and how big continues above the surface, i.e. reflections, or it's the ratio between those. So it's that one we want to work with. So let's skip these. What do we have now? Okay. And reflections works best if we have a not so strong normal surface. I mean, this is not too bad, but in this case I would still like to see a little bit below the surface more, and in this case I would like to see less reflections, so we pretty much want to weight it toward we want to move the reflections a bit. We want to remap it, and let's just try a simple remap on the view direction dot surface normal. And then I really need to figure out how the hell I'm gonna do with these, because right now we can pretty much have nice reflections or nice refractions. We can't have both, which sucks. Sorry about that. Yeah, for this part I would probably like to have 0 reflection. And the blue color we see here when we have 100% reflections is supposed to be the sky eventually. But yeah. Hate these reflections as well. Looks fucking weird. And I would like to have, so when we do the reflection rays, I would like to have this offset, but I do very much like this strength more than when we calculate micro 0.1. Yo, good morning, PG King. For this one, it's a little bit too aggressive. For this one, it's... the reflections are a bit too aggressive compared to below the surface, I would say. Is that it? I want to try... Kebabmeister, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Do we have any specular light still here if we don't have such a strong... we have an ugly like this. Yeah, this is what I mean. If we have one, it's so much nicer for a few of the things, but the reflections gets totally fucked up because PG King, the reflection seems to be getting good. Yes, sometimes they are. Sometimes they are. I gotta make... I need to do something about the... we also tank the performance when we have... So when we have extremely strong normal maps, our reflections ray seems to fly off in some weird direction. Probably downwards. feels like we need to get to the bottom of that as well. But everything else is better with stronger normals here. I want to try one thing. I want to do normal TS. I think it's when we read these. But why? It makes no sense. Reflection, HLSL. We send in normal in world space. Normalize it again. Normalize this one again. I think we can skip those now. We'll normalize here again. Normalize here again. We can get rid of a few of those. But it's basically... Yeah, let's do some drawings. It's pretty much a difference between if we have our water surface like this originally, and then we don't really displace it, but the lighting calculations uses a displacement or a displaced normal. But let's visualize it as if we displace the surface. So if we have a little bit of we just let the normals affect it a tiny bit, we might get a bump like this, while if we let it affect a lot, we get a bump like this. A reflection ray coming in here, we might get a nice reflection like this. But a reflection ray coming in here can, so worst case scenario, what happens, instead of going like this, that makes no sense, we get a reflection ray that goes like this. And having this is very much preferable when we do with the hacky refraction way we do things, as well as the lighting, like specular highlights. What's up, nobody? Thank you for the follow. But in the case of reflections, it fucks everything up. It's extremely weird seeing, if we would be doing ray tracing, what we would be doing in this case is we would probably reflect this point, but we don't have the computational power to do ray tracing. Definitely want to avoid this shit. And like, the simplest solution, of course, is to have two normals. So we calculate some things with this normal offset and some things with this normal offset, but that makes no sense, honestly. So yeah, since I think, but I might be wrong, it doesn't make any sense to have two different normals. That means that one of these are wrong, or the eventual calculations we do after becomes wrong. This is definitely the top contender for being wrong. So then we're back at what I asked yesterday. Could we in some way identify rays like this and just skip them? Taurus Ramos, always love watching your video updates. Thank you, appreciate it, man. But then again, even though if we could identify these rays and throw them away, that wouldn't solve this, whatever the fuck this is. And I mean, if we have these big bumps, that also means that we do reflect this bed at points here, because we might actually have a little bit of a wave that is located exactly in such a way that the ray from the camera so yeah, the reflection does make sense. We can just lower it, then we don't get any rays that goes underneath the surface, i.e. this result, which is good for reflections, but everything else breaks, especially specular highlights. I hate these specular highlights. So if we would go with different strengths, we could do so this is how we do it right now. We have geometry normal by tangent tangent. We create a tangent space out of that. We then read macronormal and micronormal in tangent space. We blend them together 50-50, and then we transform this result from tangent space to world space using this matrix we have. So we pretty much, blending is the wrong word, but we use the geometry normal and whatever normal we read from the textures by creating the tangent to world matrix using the geometry normals. But So what we could do then is we could do, I don't want to do it like this because I don't think that's the correct way to do it, but we could pretty much do a lerp input.normal world space and normal world space, and then a constant here. So this is the geometry normal, this is the normal we have, so the geometry normal and the normal map normal, and then we just say how much towards this one should we lean. We can have a lower value for reflections and a bigger value for everything else. But I guess maybe that makes sense. Does it exist some other approach to one? When I think about this one, so if this one was like this instead, we would see a ray. Like, I don't know. It feels like a hack that doesn't make much sense and could probably lead to other problems down the line. But I don't really see another choice. What makes me want to do this the most is the disparity or the difference between specular highlights if we have low normal strength. Like if low normal strength still meant that we had these specular highlights, then I would just change the refraction, because I know the way we do refraction right now is an extremely hacky way to do it, but extremely quick. But the refraction, if we take a look at the refraction, it lines up, or it looks way better, like we have a lot of refraction. with a strong normal map compared to pretty much no refraction at all. So yeah, let's do 2. But how do I want to do this? I don't want to sample the normal maps more times than necessary, so we want to do it after. So let's do it like this. So before we send in this one, I want to lerp it. So calculate reflection color with default parameters, input position VS, and then we're going to take the normal here. And we're going to do some transformations on it, or reduce it pretty much. Correct way to lerp between normals. Let's make it more specific. Interpolating between normal angles. Is lerp actually the correct way to do it? Yeah, maybe. There has to be a better name for this. I think we can do water reflection. Something like erratic or wildness or whatever. Yeah, it's experimental, so let's be as descriptive as possible. But I would probably name water reflection, normal correction. No. Water water reflection normal map ratio. So down, 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 down. Here we do normalize, lerp, input.normal vs, normal vs, and then this one. So if this one is 1, we take this one. If it's 0, we take this one. Now let's see what we have. Okay, so now we can go back to fixing the rim lights. Probably want to be let's see here. Yeah, we need more. We need. Yeah, showing reflection here is insane. I'm thinking if I'm a little bit too quick jumping into mixing into I'm wondering if I'm a little bit too quick mixing the below surface above surface colors. We might want to take a step back, remove below surface, only focus on above surface or surface, and then when that is good we just mix them. Because it's basically, for a water pixel we do all the calculations for whatever is below the surface, so refraction, caustics, blur, depth, color, and then we store that value, and then we do all the calculations for the actual surface pixel, so reflections, lighting, color as well, now when I think about it. And then we just mix them based on something, and right now I think that right now we only do it based on view direction dot surface normal, which I don't think we need more variables to affect that. For instance, depending on if you look right at water, like the depth of the water also affects the surface, like how much light escapes the water and reaches the camera. It's more if the depth is, if it's shallow, than as opposed to if it's deep. So think about an ocean, for instance, and I don't know, we have and we have waves like this. If one would look down like this, there's not much light getting up from here. Maybe not the best comparison, but if our eye would be here and we would look at this wave, you actually have light coming from this direction. It's not that much to penetrate. And even though you have almost, so the normal here might be this, and the normal here might be this. So you actually get, if you just do view direction dot normal, you get very similar values for these two. But the end color should be vastly different. But I don't know if I need to think about it, but I think it's the correct choice to focus, to put I think it's the correct decision to hold off with the below surface for a little longer and just focus on the actual surface. So imagine that we have, let's just work with this water as if it was infinitely deep, pretty much. Cooler SK, I would like to, don't have the time. Just give me 1 sec. Okay, back. Mr. 1CE, it's more the horizontal axis dot, I guess, normal, but not entirely sure if that gives a realistic result, or vertical axis works the same way. When you say horizontal axis, which horizontal axis do you mean? And in what space are we talking about? At certain points, this looks pretty okay. The angle between the horizon, water level, and the normal on the water surface. Yeah, that would help. Like, if we're speaking about ocean again, we always know that the ocean will be aligned like this, right? So that's the horizontal axis you're talking about. So in this case, we could take... we can use that information to calculate something different or something similar. But if we have... in this case... I don't know what the fuck we would do, because we can't rely on the horizontal axis, so like in world space, because our water will be flowing down rivers and stuff like that. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but okay, let's see. Let's remove an average axis over distance then. Might work. Might very well work. So when water flows down, the average axis over, let's say, 2 meters would also be more vertical. Yeah, there's something to that. I like it, I like it. Eventually, we're gonna have visualize some flow here. So we're gonna need to calculate some form of gradient. And if we have the gradient, we can use that as our reference axis and probably get some nice lighting results as well. Yeah, that's definitely true. We'll keep that in mind. Okay. So we're gonna do this. Let's disable this one for now. And do our specular. I'm happy with this specular calculation. So this we're gonna leave as is. Let's take a look at diffuse. I hate how visible the panning is if we do this. -0.2. There's really no way around. The bigger the difference in size of these, the bigger okay. So I'm gonna change. We have here water shallow color, water deep color. One thing you can usually do is, okay, so we're not gonna work with alpha anymore. So shallow, and then let's do deep. I don't know about these colors though, but and we can do I want to try and return lerp. What is it? Shallow, water shallow color, water deep color, and the lerp is gonna be inverse lerp, but we need to do, I want util math inverse lerp. Water bounce. I think it's blur water depth bounce we use. If so, might want to rename that one. Water depth bounce, yes. Water blur. Yeah, water blur depth bounce, and we can use XY water depth. What do we want? Water depth, world space. Nah, water depth. Do we only have it in? Here we have view space, water depth. I don't think. Yeah, there's going to be one hell of a difference if we do water depth, so let's see, s dot water depth vs. Do we have a difference here? Yeah, we need to do 1. So this is in world space. Right. It's going to be a big difference between this and if we do it... Yo, what's up, Joker? And if we do water depth vs. Do we have that one in scene? Water depth vs. Okay, we don't have this one here. We can recreate it. I'm pretty sure we're supposed to use it somewhere. Scene depth vs. That's not the correct one. Pixel depth, here we go. Input position V is a pixel depth. Okay, let's do it like this then. So there's a big difference between doing water depth in world space compared to s dot scene depth vs minus pixel depth. So let's compare this result. So this is world space, I think, yeah, to... I think the biggest difference is going to be here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. It's basically the difference between doing ground, water, world space depth is this one, view space depth is this one. But when you think about it, we want to figure out I hate this, whatever is going on here. Whoa, I have to think about this. Why are we getting... So in this case we're getting... The normal maps are doing its job. Oh, that's because of refraction. Yes, it is. Yo, what's up, myself? When I started game dev and people told me I would be making everything, I didn't realize that I have to make everything. True to some extent, but I still think it's mostly a choice, I would say. Here we see the backside of this refraction solution. That's something to keep in mind. But if we don't use the refractions, we want to do as scene depth. We don't want to refract. Yeah, it's this one, scene water depth. Do we recalculate this one? Let's see. Yeah, we use refract for this one as well. In fact, we want to use this one a lot for what if scene water depth. I just want to try this one. I need to fix this one in or we could do One sec. Lerp. Oh yeah. Color reflection T. Water depth VS. What? I'm wondering about this one we're seeing right here. Why? Fuck, if we take world space depth, we shouldn't be seeing this artifact, should we? I don't think so. Yeah, that's weird. Well, maybe. Mint, maybe you can limit it to some distance so it doesn't look weird from far away. Then lerp it slowly, yeah, maybe. Okay, but once again, let's worry about the below surface later. I want to focus on getting the surface right. So my question is, let's see here, T, world space, float T, view space. Return t world space times tvs. Oh yeah. This one bothers me the most. Basically what we have here is so view space depth we hit here, but then we hit down here, so it's very deep according to that measure. World space is this distance, so not so deep, and then we multiply them. Just to experiment a bit. What can we do to avoid this? Could probably do. I just want to try some things. If we do min here, what kind of result do we get then? And we get a refraction issue, that's for sure. And then we're probably mostly going to go with world depth. Yeah, that one is always going to be the lesser one. One sec. Fuck. We could probably do a. We could introduce backside rendering for the water. Sorry. But I wonder if it's worth it. It's pretty much so when we intersect the water, we can check. Are we currently seeing the backside of some water? If so, because in this case we're pretty much, yeah, worst case scenario, we have worst case scenario we have this maybe, enter water, exit water, enter water, and then we have the ground here. Right now we only care about this point and this point. We don't know anything about what's happening in between. Keeping track of every point here would be madness, but the easiest one of them should be the backside, this one. Still maybe not optimal. And I don't even know. Yeah, that would, if we just do render both sides, we're probably gonna get, we're gonna render this one first and then this one. And we don't rely on blending for this one. We do, when I say we don't rely on blending, I mean we don't rely on these blend commands. We rely on our, like we do this ourselves in the shader. So there probably wouldn't be much to gain from doing anything related with the backside. I don't think. Oops. I hate this. We do get rid of it if we only rely on the world space depth. which is probably what we want to do. Then again, no, that's not what we want to do. If we look at this water, it's going to look very deep to us. Because, yeah, the light getting to our eyes has traveled through a lot of water. So it is TVS. Although, is it getting this deep this quickly? In this angle it does. Yeah, it's this one we want to use for the surface, I'm pretty sure. But then again, because basically what we're simulating here is the ground below the water here. It travels a long distance below the surface, and then it gets up and then it reaches our eyes. So that's why it's dark. And given the two data values we have, the same thing happens here, but that's not actually true. And that's the problem we have. So we want to have water depth in world space. We want that one to affect this, but only in these cases. It depends on a lot of what we have behind here. We could probably just do is this true for this case? If the, yeah, we could probably do it like this. If the point we hit at the end here, where we hit the ground, if that water level is lower than this one, then we know that we have traveled outside of the water. Let me just try this real quick. So it should be the point we hit. We want to get the water at the point we hit. What do we have? Do we have terrain data? Terrain data. But we only have it at the point where we hit the water. We would like to have it. Am I gonna have to introduce yet another texture read just because I want to get rid of this artifact? Maybe. So it's scene position in world space. And then I guess I would like to do scene position world space. Yeah, let's try it. I don't know. Turn data said 0. So or the mul unity matrix VP float 4 s dot position How fucking weird is this? Let's try it. UV test s dot scene position world space 0. Is this enough? UV test XY float 4 UV test is equal to UV test dot V, and then let's return. No. Yeah, let's return sample texture 2D terrain data said 0 sampler terrain data said 0 UV test XY dot RGB okay, that's definitely not what we want. Janik T, hey, I see you have 3 returns in a row. How does that work? Nah, it returns the first one and skip these. We're just experimenting a lot of stuff, so it's nice to have. If we want to go back to this one, for instance, I can just do this. So yeah, this is not something we want to have with the final product later on. Mint, I wonder how it will look if you use if global depth less than camera depth, use camera depth, else global depth. So if global depth is less than camera depth, use camera depth. We can try it. We can try it. So, yo, what's up, Kebab Skull? Hope you had a wonderful stream, man, and thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. So we want to try and do return. If t in world space is less than t in view space, return tvs, otherwise t world space. One sec. And then we don't want to return this one. I'd enjoy the food. And thank you once again for the raid, appreciate it. Over on this stream we're just fighting with water, like most of the time. Getting closer to the end though, so that's good. But I wonder if this one is bigger than use, if we flip these two. But I have to be careful here. Let's see. VS. Now VS is always going to be bigger, no matter how we do it. So then we're just going to go with world space. Yeah, this is more a problem of basically what it comes down to is we want a value here that tells us how far has this ray that hits our eye traveled under the water surface. And this is exactly what this one does. But the problem is here, because we base it on where it hit ground and where it entered water. So we overlook cases where the ray hits water, exits water, enters water, hits ground. That's pretty much the full problem here, I would say. We could probably so in this case we're okay with it. I want to see, I want to try and do return normal world space. Yeah. I think I was wondering if we can take this normal world space and base. It happens too late, I think. Harukanan, after lunch food coma, this sucks. I was so productive before lunch and now I know that feeling. Like, I love after food coma as long as I don't have to do anything productive after lunch, you know? So 2 days a week. Fucking hell. We actually noticed this problem way back when, and I knew that it would come back and bite me. But then again, Now we could probably... It's not too bad. Smaller meals seem to fix it for me. Yeah, I think you're onto something there. Okay, one sec. We should be able to do it with this one. I might just be doing it wrong. We can't do it like this. Yo, what's up, Diligence? What we're doing now? Back to water. Yeah, I want to get the surface of the water fixed. Like in real life, we're not gonna achieve anything similar to real life, but still, we would see. We would pretty much see through this, right? Can we calculate when we exit the water in some nice way? That would be amazing. Maybe adding more checking points at the end when you hit the camera depth, using world depth until you're out of water, but this doesn't seem performant. Yeah, if we would be doing some sort of ray marching stuff, we could probably get around this pretty easily. Not easily per se, but let me do return. I want to return float for input dot normal vs 1. We could maybe do something with the normal. Return dot input dot normal vs view. View direction world space. It could negate some of it. Oops. What the fuck? This is pretty damn good, actually. Oh, it's better at least. Don't swear, kind sir, I'm just two. We allow for some curse. What is it? Mature language here. Okay, so white is deep water, and I think... What the fuck? I think we can do it like this. I think we can do it like this. Ooh, this is pretty good. Pretty good. But then the question is, view direction, world space. Do we need... Huh. I think this result is pretty good. I try to visualize it. White means, or the wider something is, the less light reaches our eyes. It's deep here, but not really. We're gonna have to do a mix between these. That is not a multiplication, because here we're getting a lot of light. But that's wrong. Huh. Does this make sense? Yeah, I think it does. The only thing, this is definitely better than right? Maybe. But then again, let's see. And we probably want to use normal in world space here. I'm pretty sure. I wonder if we want to make this gradient more apparent. I think this is more like it, definitely. Oh, color, yeah. Mm. A little bit better at least. Robert Patterson, as for your first question, I have no idea. As for the second question, we don't reflect anything right now, but the reflection does not reflect the skybox. I think it's something like this we want to achieve, but I'm wondering one. Now we definitely want to have the normals doing their thing here, but and then I wonder if we can do, let's just try and do, I want to see what we get if we do color water, and here we send in util lighting, calculate blindfång per light, calculate blindfång, let's do it per light. Then we don't want to send in the light, yeah, that sucks. Let's do this one, albedo, position, a lot of things. You recede, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. So what I would want to do now is I just want to add some lighting to this water as well. Diffuse, specular we already have. I was thinking of just adding it using one of these real quick so we can see what kind of result we get. But then we have ambient multiplier, shadow amount. Let's do it. Calculate blindfång lighting. And let's do. Do we have lighting included? Yes, we do. Okay. So I want to return. Calculate blindfång lighting. Albedo is going to be color water dot RGB. S dot position. Do we have that one? I think we should be able to do, or what we want to do here is input position world space, input position clip space, normal in world space, view direction in world space, ambient multiplier, we're gonna go with 0 for now, specular 1000, smoothness 1, shadow amount, let's go with 1 for now. Da, 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 da. I don't care about that issue. Okay, so this is a let's do float for 1. Yeah, we get some. Let's disable that one for now. Is this something we can use? Is this the surface color we want? And if we do, let's enable that one again. Let's do okay, so no reflections, nothing below the surface. We can add reflections to this and see what we have. It's still not that good, honestly. That's too much ambient, what the fuck? And we want 0 for shadow. Still doesn't sit entirely correct by me. Definitely feel like the normals, they affect it a bit too much, right? But I still want to add reflections to this, I think. Let's see. Yeah, definitely too much normals. But I don't like this compared to... So when we calculate the lighting, we will want to have reduced normals as well. Okay. Let's do that then. We'd reduce the normals like... this. So then we're gonna get the old, or this one again. But can we do... This looks way better. Okay, getting closer and closer. Specular. Can we just do... And then we get this and this, but that might be okay. Nah. Or? Alex, are you going to add elemental attributes for creatures kind of like rock, paper, scissors style when it has to do with combat? I don't think so. And when it comes to combat, I don't think we're gonna have any combat. We're more gonna have like mini games, like races and stuff like that. I want to get rid of this one, so let's do specular 0. Okay, I would say that the surface is starting to take shape, but probably want to add some, a little bit of a rim lighting or something. We'll see. So it's basically gonna be, yeah, once again, calculating surface color, calculating below water surface color, and then we're gonna do a lerp between those two based on something. But what that is, we're gonna have to do tomorrow because I gotta run now. Not still fully pleased with the surface result we're seeing here, but I'm really trying to keep in mind that this is without reflection or anything else, so nothing below surface. So we're probably gonna get some nice improvements tomorrow. Alex, what are the games that is your inspiration of making this game of yours, and what is it that you want to try that you wish offered devs haven't tried? If you know. Okay, I think I have a video about this on my YouTube channel, but inspiration is mainly, like, you know, old school Tamagotchi, Sonic, Chow Garden, and of course the game Viva Pinata by Rare. I would like to answer the rest of that question, but I unfortunately don't have the time now because I gotta run. But I recommend watch my devlog. I think it's the devlog number 0. And if you have any other question, feel free to send me a message. But okay, great progress today, I think. Thank you so much for watching, everybody, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.